We'll have our technical instructions now.
Good morning, members. We are about to begin. But before we do, I will be going over some instructions to help you set up your screen for today's meeting. Please note that the instructions that I'm about to give only work if you are using a computer. If you are on your phone or a tablet, you will still be able to fully participate, but you will not be able to do the steps I'm about to describe. First, I will give instructions on how to organize your screen into stage view. Please move your cursor to the top right corner of the window and click Layout. You should then see an option to select Stage View. Please select this option. Next, I will provide instructions on how to pin the timer so that it will always be in view. Move your cursor over to the video feeds in the bottom row of your screen. You will see 3 small dots. Click on the dots and select Lock a participant's video feed. You will then be prompted to type in a name. Please type in the name Timer and click on it. A padlock icon will appear in the top left-hand corner of the video feed and will indicate that the timer has been locked into place. If you have any technical difficulties, you and your staff can reach out to Patrina Thomas for instructions. With that, we will begin the live stream for this event, and I will now turn it over to the chairwoman.
Franklin, could you please hold on? We're having a small technical difficulty, please.
I don't know if I'm in the right stage. I'm having technical difficulty. This is Joyce Day.
I didn't get the timer on. I don't know what I did wrong.
Did you have the timer on? Do you think you could repeat those last instructions or tell us if we all are correct?
The instructions about the timer?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. I will provide instructions on how to pin the timer so it's always in view. Please move the cursor over to the video feeds in the bottom row of your screen. You will see 3 small dots. Click on the dots and select Lock a participant's video feed. You will then be prompted to type a name. Please type in the name Timer and click on it.
Hello? If the Congresswoman is clicking on this and she does not have the unlock a participant on the 3 dots, is there another option that she can click?
That's my problem. I don't see the option that says show myself, view and floating window, don't mirror my video, change virtual background, camera settings.
I don't have it either.
Yeah, I just figured that out. So in the middle of your screen at the top, you'll see the little lock there. If you click on that, you'll be able to lock in the timer. It's not on the bottom row. It's not in the 3 dots.
Oh,
Middle of the screen up above.
And for the lock, I'm clicking on the top where it says PT, but we're not seeing a lock there. It's a circle with an eye.
okay, I got it. So Steve Lynch was correct. That's what I did.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Congresswoman Beatty is still having a hard time with getting her lock. We clicked on the circle with the eye, but it's not popping up.
So
And then we
now,
also clicked
do
on
I
the
go
three
back to? I go back, I don't see myself.
Yes, Congresswoman Beatty, we will have someone reach out to your offices, and if anyone needs further instruction, we'll have someone reach out.
You know how to do it. They said put it on the dots. Here it is right here. This thing. And it says, I don't see it. Settings, change virtual background. Don't mirror my video.
What did he say? Oh, there is like a lock.
Yeah, that will lock it in place, so you can always see what the timer is. And then it will automatically switch to the people that are talking.
So it's on the top of your screen.
You'll take care of it. I don't.
This is fine.
So I did it.
All right.
So let me mute myself.
So, how long till we actually do something here? This is Steve Stivers. I'm just curious what our time frame looks like. Are we going to start a hearing at some point?
Yes. I should have said yes, General.
Good enough. I was looking for some hope here.
May I have your attention, members? I do believe that the technical assistance that was needed has been given, and the committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any point and postpone any votes with respect to any measure considered in this meeting. I want to remind members of a few matters, including some required by the rules governing remote committee proceedings that were reaffirmed this Congress. All members on the WebEx platform should keep themselves muted when they are not being recognized. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves. The staff have been instructed not to mute members except when a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members on the WebEx platform are reminded that they may only participate in one remote proceeding at a time. So if you are participating today, please keep your camera on, and if you choose to attend a different remote proceedings, please turn your camera off. If during the meeting members wish to be recognized, the chair recommends that members identify themselves by name so as to facilitate the chair's recognition. For members who are participating in person, wearing a mask at all times while in the hearing room is a requirement, including while speaking into a microphone when recognized. This is based on guidance from the Office of the Attending Physician, and the chair will treat wearing masks as a matter of order and decorum. Members who do not wish to wear masks may participate virtually through the WebEx platform. We will be collecting and distributing amendments electronically to ensure all members have access to relevant documents in this hybrid format. All amendments must be submitted to the committee email provided in the meeting notice. The amendment will then be given a unique identifier for reference and distributed to all members through an email list that was developed in advance in coordination with the ranking member. Members who are participating in person are encouraged to have their own devices with them to access the amendments electronically so as to avoid hand-to-hand contact. As is the chair's practice, amendments that are pre-filed will be distributed in advance and given priority consideration. While we're trying to make this process as familiar as we can, we must recognize the limitations that go with ensuring the safety of all members. So I ask for members to be patient with delays and other limitations we face in this hybrid format. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit additional materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. With that, the chair recognizes herself for 5 minutes for opening remarks. Today marks the first official meeting of the Committee on Financial Services in the 117th Congress. Today we will consider a resolution to adopt the committee's rules for the 117th Congress. These rules are nearly identical to the rules from the 116th Congress, with the exception of a few technical changes that were needed to conform to the House rules for the 117th Congress, and to establish new sizes and ratios for the subcommittees of the committee. Today, the committee will also consider a resolution appointing members to each of our subcommittees. I'm very pleased to congratulate our subcommittee chairs for the 117th Congress. Congressman Brad Sherman will chair the subcommittee on investor protection, entrepreneurship, and capital markets. Congressman Ed Perlmutter will chair the subcommittee on consumer protection and financial institutions. Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver will chair the subcommittee on housing, community development, and insurance. Congressman Jim Himes will chair the subcommittee on national security, international development, and monetary policy. Congresswoman Joyce Beatty will chair the subcommittee on diversity and inclusion, and Congressman Al Green will chair the subcommittee on oversight and investigations. I would also like to take a few moments to briefly introduce and give a warm welcome to each of our new Democratic members. First, I would like to welcome Congressman Richie Torres, representing New York's 15th Congressional District. He previously served as a member of the New York City Council for the 15th District and was an advocate for public housing and protecting consumers from predatory lending. In addition, Mr. Torres was influential in successfully opening the first homeless shelter for young LGBTQ people in the Bronx. Next, it is my pleasure to welcome Congresswoman Nikema Williams, representing Georgia's 5th Congressional District. Ms. Williams previously served as a member of the Georgia State Senate for the 39th District and dedicated her work during her time in the state legislature to fighting for working families, voting rights, and fair representation. Ms. Williams is an alumna of Talladega College, a historically black college, and is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Last, and certainly not least, it is my pleasure to welcome Congressman Jake Auchincloss, who represents Massachusetts 4th Congressional District. Mr. Auchincloss is a Marine veteran who previously served as a city council member for the city of Newton. During his tenure, he focused his policy agenda on supporting progressive immigration and housing policies, as well as sustainable transportation. The Democratic members of the committee come from diverse backgrounds and bring a wide range of perspectives and ideas. I'm looking forward to working with this impressive group of members, both new and returning, to build back better in the new Congress. With that, I look forward to the adoption of the committee rules and to the appointment of members to subcommittees. This Congress, this committee will continue to focus on responding to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis and continue our work to ensure that the financial system is fair and that consumers and investors are protected. I look forward to working with members on both sides of the aisle on common sense solutions to benefit hardworking Americans and protect vulnerable families. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes for any opening remarks he may have.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to congratulate you once again on your role as Chair of the Financial Services Committee. If we had 3 districts vote differently, I would hope that you would congratulate me on having the position. But that's not how it worked out, and this is the Congress we have, not the Congress we Republicans hoped to have. But we recognize that you're in the chair, and personally, I would say I've appreciated being able to work with you. It has been intentional, the operations of this committee, that we don't allow the rest of the debate that we have as members limit our capacity to work things out here. And I hope, Madam Chair, that you and I can continue to have that operational principle that I think we have benefited from, and I think public policy has benefited from, that while we have our other political disagreements, we talk about the things that matter to our members here in the committee, and I'm grateful that we're able to have that relationship. I don't want to ruin your credibility at home by saying those things, but I am grateful for that. We have a smaller committee, and that is in the power of the majority to make those decisions. And I want to welcome a few new Democrats to their leadership team I want to congratulate Ed Perlmutter and Jim Himes for their new roles as subcommittee leadership, and Emmanuel Cleaver for his leadership in Housing and Insurance subcommittee this Congress. And at the same time, I'm grateful that we have the same Republican leadership team returning this Congress, as Ann Wagner is my vice-ranking member of the full committee, and all the subcommittee ranking members for our side staying the same. I think they've done a very good job and have worked very hard. I'm disappointed we didn't have some of the new members on the Republican side have space on this committee to join us. Our country elected one of the most diverse House Republican freshman classes in history, and I'm disappointed this committee will not have the benefit of their ideas and experiences. But I hope that, in time, we'll have new members of the committee from our side. With that being said, I appreciate that no sitting Republican was removed from the committee, and that we can benefit from the vast experience from the Republican side of the aisle. Madam Chair, at the outset of last Congress's organizational meeting, I pledged that Republicans on this committee would stand ready to work with committee Democrats. I repeat that pledge today. We stand ready to work with you to take on the challenges the American people face during these challenging times. We stand ready to work with you on bipartisan solutions that protect consumers, support our small businesses, strengthen our national security, and continue our economic recovery. I would remind the Chair that the Democrat majority in the House is the slimmest in nearly a century. The Senate is split 50-50. There is no clear mandate to move partisan wish list policies that have no chance of ever becoming law. So while we have an opportunity to get things done, there are also things that I think are a bridge too far, especially in this atmosphere. Moreover, using reconciliation to pass COVID relief does nothing to encourage the spirit of bipartisanship, which has been central to the 5 previous COVID-related packages passed by Congress and over $3.5 trillion in spending related to that. But I hope that we can work together on many things that are important to the American people. And then finally, since this is an organizational conference, the fact that we have this technical challenge of members, the physical limitation that is important to keep people healthy. We also have folks online participating. The technical challenges of that make markups very difficult if it's all virtual. And Madam Chair, we've had a good conversation about how to make these committees functional virtually, and my hope is that at a minimum we'll have physical presence for part of our members for markups so that it can go more smoothly, that both sides can be heard, the legislative product can get done, while at the same time not relying on the most god-awful Wi-Fi in America that happens to be in the House office buildings. And so I don't think we should hang up public policy on very, very bad Wi-Fi connections. So my hope is that we can come to some understanding of how these markups should go and try to make them go smoothly. So with that, Madam Chair, thank you, and yield back.
Thank you very much, and I thank you for congratulating me for serving as chair once again. And I certainly congratulate you as the ranking member and fully expected you to be so. So I thank you also, and as for cooperation, you have made it known that hybrid is preferable, and so we wanted to take some opportunities to see what we can do given the new technology as you have described it. And so at this point, we're happy to cooperate, and we continue to explore what's in the best interest of the committee. Thank you very much. Recognize myself to offer a resolution naming Democratic members to subcommittees, copies of which were distributed in advance. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. I now call up the resolution offered by Ranking Member McHenry, naming Republican members to subcommittees, copies of which were distributed in advance. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Pursuant to notice, the committee will now consider a resolution to adopt the committee's rules for the 117th Congress, which was distributed in advance. The clerk will report the resolution.
Resolution offered by Ms. Waters to adopt rules of the Committee on Financial Services pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the House of Representatives. Resolved that the rules of the Committee on Financial Services for the 117th Congress shall be: Rule 1, General Provisions.
Without objection, the resolution providing for the rules of the committee is considered as read and open for amendment at any time.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. McHenry is recognized.
I have amendment number 1 is at the desk.
We will pause first to allow the copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Has that not been done? All right. They shall be distributed momentarily.
Amendment 1 offered by Mr. McHenry. Page 5, strike line 33 through 36 and replace with the following. The chair may issue a subpoena for documents or testimony with the ranking minority member's concurrence or if authorized by the full committee.
Does he cut him off? I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. Have all members received the amendment?
Madam Chair? No. Madam Chair?
No.
We'll continue to wait until the amendments are
Are they going to email?
distributed electronically.
Ms. Gonzalez, who said he doesn't have.
What is this? What is this?
I don't have a valid point of order. She's just reserving. Okay.
Do they have them on this side? They have them. Excuse- I believe all of the amendments have been distributed. So the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment 1, offered by Mr. McHenry, page 5, strike lines 33 through 36, and replace with the following. The chair may issue a subpoena for a document.
Ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a few new members here today, so let me state for returning members, this is the same amendment I offered at the beginning of the last Congress. And something substantially has changed. Something has substantially changed over the last 2 years that require me to offer this. This amendment brings in conformance and alignment the same procedures they use in the Energy and Commerce Committee, the Armed Services Committee, Natural Resources, Transportation Infrastructure, and several others. 2 years ago, Democrats rejected this amendment that I'm offering today. My colleagues said unilateral subpoena authority was good enough for Chairman Hensling, and there was no reason to change. Well, 2 years later, we do have a reason to change, and that is a 7-2 decision by the Supreme Court in July of last year, invalidating subpoenas from this committee dealing with President Trump's financial records that were unilaterally issued by the chair. What this means is for the future of investigations of this committee is quite a lot. In 1975, the Supreme Court held that congressional subpoenas were valid if they seek information that has a connection to possible legislation. That standard was extremely favorable for Congress as the first branch of government, really important for us regardless of who controls the chamber, and gave committees like ours wide latitude to seek a broad range of records pursuant to legitimate investigations. But House Democrats decided to play politics and push the limits of our investigative power. They issued subpoenas for every checking withdrawal, credit swipe, and debit card purchase by every member of the Trump family, including the president's grandchildren. In court, House Democrats argued that President Trump's financial records could be, quote, a useful case study, end quote, to learn about, quote, unsafe lending practices and money laundering. By the way, this committee also handled the anti-money laundering law changes, and never once did the president's family come up in that debate as a justification or a question. Separate decision. Okay. The Supreme Court immediately recognized that the Democrats' justification for seeking the president's records was just a pretext. In fact, Justice Breyer invoked McCarthyism as he contemplated whether the court could uphold the subpoenas or should uphold the subpoenas. The political motivation for those subpoenas was so apparent, of course, that the Supreme Court invalidated them and created an entirely new, higher standard for subpoenas issued by Congress because of the work of this committee. That is not good for us as a branch of government, regardless of if you're a Republican or Democrat. Now, we must live with the consequences of Congress's diminished authority to seek records from the president. Today, I propose again that every member of this committee should have an opportunity to weigh in on a subpoena before it is issued. Subpoenas are signed by the chair, but they're issued in the name of the House Committee on Financial Services. Each of us has a stake in the validity of those subpoenas, and we deserve a chance to go on record. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and begin the process to restore the legitimacy of this committee's investigative authority. It is very important for us as a branch of government that we have regard for our branch of government. This should be bipartisan, that we regard our powers and keep them jealously held in the first branch of government. It is very important, not just for this president or the last president or any one person that occupies the presidency, that we check them as a branch. That becomes incumbent upon us, and for us to regard frankly, our institution of the House of Representatives a little more sanely than we have been in the last couple of years. And I say this not to point fingers at Democrats, but to point fingers at all of us, especially I hold the same responsibility as well. We've got to jealously guard our branch of government and make sure that we do better to check the other branches of government. And this, I think, is a step for us to go in that direction. So with that, encourage the adoption, and thank you for letting me bring the committee up to speed on something that's quite important that the Supreme Court decided in a 7-2 vote that really checked our committee's authority in a dramatic, and I have 2.5 more minutes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
All that does is encourage me to go on more, and I don't think that's in anyone's interest. So I was wrapping up until the random gavel. But the point here is that 7-2 Supreme Court decision was focused on this committee's action, and we didn't even have a vote of this committee on that action. So members need to understand there's a massive power in this subpoena authority granted to a chair alone. And so with that, I look forward to being attempt at being persuaded that the Supreme Court decision wasn't bad for us as an institution. And secondarily, I look forward to being persuaded that my reasoning on this is not, in fact, correct for us as an institution. Yield back and encourage the adoption.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
Lucas, Oklahoma.
Mr. Green. I understand that Mr. Green seeks recognition.
Yes, Madam Chair. Green of Texas seeks recognition to strike the last word.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Thank you very much. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been here under the leadership of Mr. Henseling, whom I considered a friend, and I was present at the time we adopted the rule that we are currently addressing. And I remember that this was something that we worked with Mr. Henseling on, and it was adopted. But I also remember that immediately after Mr. Henseling left and when the chair received the gavel, there was a desire immediately to change the rule. There was no Supreme Court rule. There was nothing that would indicate that the exigency rule was being abused in any way, yet there was a desire to change it. And I see, quite frankly, this as an extension of that desire with some additional dicta. I believe that the exigency rule is something that is necessary for the chair. There can be times when witnesses are declining to cooperate. There will be times when it can be very beneficial. I support the chair. I support this chair having the opportunity to use the exigency rule, just as I supported my friend Mr. Henseling having the opportunity. And with that, Madam Chair, I will yield back.
Is there further debate on this amendment?
Madam Chair,
Who
Lucas,
seeks
Oklahoma.
recognition?
Lucas, Oklahoma. Strike the last
For
word.
what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Madam Chair.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues, the chairwoman and I, and a number of you have been on this committee for a good long time. And there may be a greater number who've not had the privilege of serving on financial services for as long as we have, who have sat through and watched the different styles of chairmanships, whether it was Republican or Democrat. Over time, this committee has changed. It's become more complicated, more challenging to legislate. I would suggest to you that a good bit of credit for those changes go to the chairwoman's predecessor, Chairman Henserling, who both she and I had more than our fair share of disagreements with on a regular basis. Therefore, I'm in favor of restoring this committee and this overall body we're part of to a place where we can once again legislate and accomplish things for the good of the American people. Therefore, with the greatest respect to the chairwoman, if I can vote for an amendment that undoes a Chairman Henserling action, which I had concerns about at the time, the destructive nature that it would create, then I'm going to vote for that. If you didn't know him, and if you've not had past experience on this committee, it's hard to really appreciate the differences that came from that time. Vote yes on the amendment. Start us down the process of returning to a functioning legislative body. With that, Madam Chair, I encourage you to support me, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. The amendment from the gentleman from North Carolina would alter the rules to require consultation with the ranking member before issuing a subpoena. The committee adopted the provision that delegates the authority to the chair to issue subpoenas in the 114th Congress when this committee was under Republican control. This provision was renewed in the 115th Congress. In the 116th Congress, this committee again agreed on a bipartisan basis to allow the chair the authority to issue subpoenas without consultation. This practice has been used responsibly and should be continued in this Congress. And so I think that we should give at least a 48-hour notice, and I'm certainly willing to do that. But let me remind the ranking member that the Supreme Court held my subpoenas are constitutional. With that, I yield back. If there's no further debate,
Chair,
who
Madam
seeks
Chair,
recognition?
the gentleman from Ohio, Steve Stivers. Madam Chair,
Yes, one moment, please. What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't take 5 minutes. I want to echo what the gentleman from Oklahoma just said. Anything we can do to move this committee back to more consultation and working together is a positive step. And I would urge adoption of the amendment. I'm disappointed that the chair is unwilling to accept the amendment because the chair, when she was the ranking member, was on the receiving end of no consultation from Chairman Henserling. Just because this change was made by Republicans does not mean that it was the right change for the committee. It's dividing the committee. It's removing consultation. We should be working together for the benefit of the American people. I know you want to do that, Madam Chair. I would ask you to reconsider and support this amendment. It really will. It won't change anything you do. It doesn't take away any power. It just allows us to consult with each other ahead of making things happen. So I would urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Nicholas from
Seeks
Guam, Madam Chair.
recognition. Okay, the gentleman from Guam. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Madam Chair.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, in just listening to the discussion with respect to the purpose for the amendment, you know, there's a lot of back and forth about what was done previously by prior chairs, and for me, I'm not too concerned about that. I'm more concerned about what we're going to be doing in the 117th Congress. And I do want to express my appreciation for the language as written and reject the language as being proposed in the amendment, and for the sole purpose of the fact that as a representative democracy, the majority is responsible for carrying out the responsibilities of the Congress. And in this committee, we have an oversight responsibility. And part of that oversight responsibility is to be able to call in witnesses to testify on areas with which the committee has oversight. This amendment language does not take us any further in terms of collaboration. There's nothing preventing us from collaborating now or discussing who we may or may not want to bring in as witnesses. I recall in the last Congress that we always had at least one witness on every panel that was representing the positions and perspectives of our minority colleagues. What this amendment does do, Madam Chair, is it completely subjugates the majority to the minority. And the minority, not just in this Congress and the makeup that we have now, but we could have a minority of one. And this amendment would allow one single member to completely veto our ability to hold any kind of oversight and to issue subpoenas relative to any concerns that the American people may want to have us address. If we had only one minority member and this language was in place, it's very specific. The chair may issue a subpoena for documents or testimony with the ranking minority member's concurrence. If we just had one minority member with this language intact, one member can prevent any subpoenas from being issued. The language goes on to state, or if authorized by the full committee. If we just had one member in the minority, the full committee would not be able to issue a subpoena because that one member in the minority would still be able to not concur. We have an oversight responsibility, Madam Chair. The American people elect all of us within our districts. They formulate the majority that we have in this committee, and our majority has a responsibility to conduct oversight, and a key tool for that oversight is the ability to subpoena witnesses to be able to testify on the matters which we're seeking to oversee. And so I humbly ask my colleagues to please make sure that we maintain the current language. I will also, for the record, respect the current language if the other side of the aisle was in the majority, because that would mean the American people want the other side of the aisle to begin focusing their oversight responsibilities in their particular fashion. And so I'm willing to extend the same if the American people want the same. And I think that we need to respect that on both sides and keep this language intact. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Hazinga seeks recognition. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I strike the last word, I'm struck by my colleague from Guam who described this minority of one, but then left off the second part or the last part of the amendment. The sentence is completed by, or if authorized by the full committee. You have the majority. I mean, do the math. What this is saying is you either have cooperation, or if you really want to move ahead with something in the majority, you can do that. Just go on the record versus having the chair unilaterally decide to issue subpoenas. So this is not that difficult. It's not that challenging. You all have the majority. Clearly, you may do with this committee as you wish. This amendment is an attempt, however, to restore some of that collegiality, some of the joint decision-making that has occurred in the past. And if you decide, as the majority, that you have reached an impasse and cannot come to an accommodation with the minority, you may move ahead. But guess what? You get to be put on the record for that. Now, I understand why you might not want to be on the record for a number of things that you've tried to do or want to do, but that is the purpose of what this amendment is doing. And I don't know if our ranking member is back in, but I'd be happy to. No, he is not. But with that, Madam Chair, let's read the entire amendment. The chair may issue a subpoena for documents or testimony with the ranking minority member's concurrence, or if authorized by the full committee, period, close quote.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'm happy to.
I don't think the gentleman was listening, because I did address the second half of that sentence. And the language is very clear, authorized by the full committee. A minority of one single member on this committee is still a member of the full committee. And so if that one member objected, they would not be able to move forward with the language of the amendment.
Okay.
Perhaps if we amended this to say or authorized by majority of the full committee.
Reclaiming my time, this is not unanimous consent. This is a vote of the committee would be authorized by the full committee. So with that, Madam Chair, unless we have parliamentarians that would care to clarify or any of my other colleagues, but this would be a simple vote, majority vote of the committee is my understanding. So with that, I yield back.
Madam Chair, Timmons from South Carolina.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to yield my time to Chair Lady Waters.
Oh, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we like what the Republicans did when they absolutely designated to the chair the authority to issue subpoenas. But I want to clear up something that was alluded to by the ranking member. Again, let me reiterate that the Supreme Court held that my subpoenas were constitutional. The subpoenas that were issued to Deutsche Bank were focused on the bank's compliance with the Bank Secrecy Act, particularly with respect to anti-money laundering policies and procedures in dealing with the former president and his family. It has been reported that the former president falsified the value of his assets in order to obtain loans. It has also been reported that Deutsche Bank made loans to the president under unusual circumstances at a time when no other bank would lend to the president. It has also been reported that the former president maintained relationships with known Russian criminals, including Russian oligarchs. It is our responsibility as the Committee on Financial Services to ensure that financial institutions under our purview comply with the law. I cannot imagine why the ranking member would have an issue with ensuring that our financial system is complying with the law, which is exactly what we have always sought to do, particularly when banks develop relationships with unscrupulous individuals who demonstrate consistently that they believe that they are above the law. So thank you very much. I yield back the balance of my time, and I withdraw my point of order. Is there any further debate
Madam
on
Chair,
the amendment?
Timmons from South Carolina.
Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from South Carolina seeks recognition. Mr. Timmons, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. This is a crisis of legitimacy for our entire committee. The Supreme Court ruled 7-2 against the subpoena issued by Madam Chairwoman, but it was actually a 9-0 unanimous decision. The two people that dissented felt that the concurring majority did not go far enough in rebuking the subpoena issued by this committee. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a partisan issue. Future subpoenas issued unilaterally by Madam Chairwoman can easily not be responded to or delayed. So, Representative Green, to your point regarding exigency, anyone that is subpoenaed by this committee can just use the Supreme Court opinion and tie us up in court for weeks, months, and possibly years. So there is no exigency argument in maintaining the status quo. Representative San Nicolas, you have a 30-24 majority, Democrat to Republican on this committee. So your argument of one person is not valid. It would require 6 Democrats to disagree with Chairwoman Waters. And I would feel very bad if 6 Democrats thought that that was appropriate. This does not change the Chairwoman's ability to subpoena. It just gives our subpoena power legitimacy. It allows us to do our job. This is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. Keep in mind that the liberal stalwart, Justice Breyer, said this was McCarthyism. It was McCarthyism. That should tell you everything you need to know. If we adopt this amendment, it will restore the legitimacy of our subpoena. It will allow us to do our job, And one last thing, if this amendment is not adopted, I will be proposing it whenever the Republicans are in the majority, because we know that things in Washington are a pendulum. It swings back and forth. So the Republicans will be in the majority. This is a critical amendment that needs to be adopted. If not this Congress, that's sad, and your subpoena power will be diminished. But in future Congresses, we must adopt this amendment going forward. And with that, I yield.
I'll remind the gentleman that the members should direct their remarks to the chair. Is there further debate?
Loudermilk from Georgia.
Who seeks recognition?
Loudermilk from Georgia.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk. For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do support Ranking Member McHenry's amendment. There are some issues in which Republicans and Democrats have honest differences of opinion, and reasonable people can agree and can disagree. But we keep hearing this word of unity, that we want unity, but yet I have failed to see any real actions of unity coming from the majority party at this point. There's a lot of semantics going on here about whether the Supreme Court upheld or overturned the subpoenas. To make it clear, the Supreme Court said that congressional subpoenas are constitutional, but they did strike down the subpoenas from this committee on a 7-2 majority. And as Mr. Timmons has already said, that the two that dissented were because the others didn't go far enough in the rebuke of these subpoenas. In fact, they came out with a 4-way test of and greater restrictions on congressional subpoenas, which has really diminished some of the authority that the House and the legislative branch has when it comes to subpoenaing the executive branch. And specifically, they said that there was no legislative purpose in the subpoenas. We can't just be continuing on witch hunts and going after people that we don't like. That is not our role. That is not our job as representatives of the people. We're here to get a job done, and we're going to have differences of opinion, but we need to be working together. And the standard of working together on subpoenas, because these are huge issues. We need to make sure that when we are subpoenaing someone's personal and private documents or their government documents, that we also respect the limitations that are put on us and, more importantly, the constitutional rights of the individuals. In the last Congress, this committee went too far. The Supreme Court, including many of the so-called liberal judges, agreed that it went too far. I am urging for us to come together and begin to restore the committee in the way that it was, to where the two work together to make sure that we are following the Constitution, we're following the law, and doing the work of the people, just not continuing to go out and try to remove those that we don't like or we disagree with. And with that, I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from Missouri seeks recognition. What's the purpose? Move to strike the last word. All right, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the resolution that you presented with us to us is extremely important. My issue is that when we talk about unity, we are essentially saying that we don't trust the chairperson of the committee, even though there's a 48-hour notice. And so, I mean, that's, just as divisive as anything else that's come up in this discussion. And we also tend to overstate in our opposition. Thank you. Sorry. We also overstate our opposition when you start talking about McCarthyism. But I want to yield the remainder of my time to the chairwoman.
Thank you very much. In addition to some of what I said earlier, and I do reiterate that my subpoenas were deemed to be constitutional by the Supreme Court. But let me just add, subjecting this committee's subpoenas to a public vote would be to eliminate the confidentiality that the committee has typically provided the targets of its investigations. This confidentiality has been necessary because of the sensitive nature of the material being sought by and produced to the committee. The mere revelation that a financial institution or financial regulators facing a congressional inquiry can have market-moving effects. Publishing the names of subpoena recipients in connection with a committee vote could be prejudicial to those parties, some of whom may not have done anything wrong. Redacting the names of subpoena recipients is an inadequate solution. Publishing a committee subpoena that contains redactions may cause unnecessary speculation about the committee's activities and the identities of the subpoena recipients. Most of these arguments were made by my Republican colleagues in the 114th and the 115th Congress when they voted unanimously in support of establishing and then maintaining the committee practice of using subpoenas confidentially. I urge all on this committee to vote down this amendment. Is there further debate on this amendment? The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for what purpose? Does the gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. Are we finished with the, or not?
Is he moving to strike?
I am not. I am not.
I'm sorry.
Withdraw.
This amendment?
No.
If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Those opposed, no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd ask for a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
The recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the resolution?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition? Mr. Barr?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Barr has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read. Oh, well, do you have it already? Has the amendment been passed out? We will pause to allow the copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
I might, we'll see.
Mr. Cleaver, I believe your microphone is open.
Everyone have a copy of the amendments that was distributed electronically? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment offered by Mr. Barr, page 5, line 38, after the period.
Madam Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
The gentleman, you may dispense with the reading and continue with your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the rules of the committee, the minority is entitled to a copy of any subpoena 48 hours before it is issued. And as the ranking member of the Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee, I want to thank you. Your staff has been diligent with respect to complying with that rule, and that's very much appreciated. The rules, however, do not ensure that the minority is made aware when a subpoena is actually formally served and who actually receives it. This amendment would simply update the rules to include the minority when a subpoena is issued and served electronically. Electronic service of subpoenas comes with many advantages, including speed and preserving a record of service. Another benefit is the capability to easily inform the minority after the point in time in which a subpoena is served, or at the exact point in time when a subpoena is served. What this would mean in practice is your staff would simply CC my staff when a subpoena is transmitted by email. This simple amendment would bring additional transparency to the subpoena process and make clear whether the witness is represented by counsel. Now, of course, the best transparency would have been achieved with Mr. McHenry's amendment to give both the majority and minority joint subpoena authority, which would have required consultation with the minority as a condition of issuing a subpoena. However, this amendment will not affect the chair's unilateral subpoena authority, assuming Mr. McHenry's amendment is defeated. I do want to just mention one point that, as I listened to the debate about Mr. McHenry's amendment. The Madam Chair pointed out, or made the argument at least, that the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of subpoenas. That's not the point. The point is that the Supreme Court remanded the issue to the district court, the lower court, with a 4-point test that subjected our committee's subpoenas to greater scrutiny. So this rule had the effect, the way it was written and the way that the chair used the subpoena power, It had the effect of diminishing this committee's subpoena power, subject to stricter scrutiny. And so we want to, at least with this amendment, preserve as much remaining subpoena power that we have left. So again, as the ranking member of the subcommittee who appreciates collaboration with Chairman Green in our very important oversight responsibilities, I just want to make the argument that this amendment would simply provide the minority with some additional visibility when it comes to the committee's most powerful oversight tool. The principle of notice, the fundamental idea that all interested parties should be timely and simultaneously apprised of the status of actions taken by this committee, is really critical to our oversight responsibility, a responsibility that is on all of us on this committee, both in the majority and the minority. So with that, Madam Chair, I believe that this is a matter of fundamental fairness, especially given the Chair's opposition to Mr. McHenry's amendment. I would urge my colleagues to adopt this as at least a modest overture of comity to the minority, and certainly an amendment that I think would strengthen our collective oversight function. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back my time.
Well, I thank you for offering the amendment, and you're absolutely correct. It does not interfere with my ability to issue the amendment. And of course, as we have said, give 48-hour notice to you. And simply what you're saying is that the chair, or any person, as the amendment reads, designated by the chair to serve a meeting, will copy the ranking minority member. That's fine. I accept the amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it in the opinion of the chair. And the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does, who is it that is seeking recognition? Mr. Heisinger seeks recognition. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow the copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Anything over $10 million. Yeah, authorization. But we're going to do it.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment offered by Mr. Huizenga. Page 3, after line 12, insert the below. 6. Any legislation reported out of the committee that contains any authorization of appropriations must offset by a comparable...
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a short amendment, and I may find it useful to actually read it here at some point. But as we work to defeat COVID-19 and revitalize our economy, we can't lose track of a fundamental truth, which is budgets do matter. Creating a budget is all about setting and sticking to priorities and prioritizing the decisions that we have to make, which is difficult for this chamber because we didn't even vote on a budget in 2020. We didn't vote on a budget in 2019. I'm glad to see that we may be doing so, but much less agreeing to one with the Senate, which is going to be a challenge. Having a budget now is even more important than ever as we ensure that our government can respond to emergencies like the ongoing COVID response. The effect of the refusal to even pretend to write a budget means that there's no limits on spending, good, bad, or otherwise. And I think we can all agree that this hinders our ability to prioritize policies. Now, before I just curse the darkness, I do want to light a candle and let some of my colleagues know of some efforts that have been going on. There's a number of us, in fact, 30 of us on the Republican side and 30 on the Democratic side. We have a very unimaginative working title called the 30 by 30 group. We're looking for suggestions as to spice it up somehow, but the 30 by 30 group is 30 Republicans and 30 Democrats who are very concerned about our deficits and our spending, and we're attempting to do things in a small manner. That's part of what I'm trying to get at here today. We know that on January 20th, the day that President Biden was inaugurated, the total national debt stood at $27,751,896,236,414.77. That was an increase of over $4.5 trillion from the year before. That debt, which comes to $13,724 for every person in the United States, every man, woman, and child, is now 30% larger than our entire gross domestic product, which the Bureau of Economic Analysis estimated to be $21.17 trillion for the third quarter of 2020. This amendment would take the first small step in controlling government spending and getting Congress to stick to a budget by requiring any bill that we report out of this committee, Democrat or Republican bill, doesn't matter, that creates new spending must contain an offset of an equal amount to pay for that new spending. And I remember a little interaction that the chair and I had as she was attempting to come up with ways to spend or come up with ways to fund some of her housing initiatives when she flashed up the Gerald R. Ford, the Ford-class aircraft carrier that had just been launched as a potential, just showing where some of those monies and those priorities are. I think this is common sense. If you asked a family from Michigan or North Carolina or California how they create a budget for their family, this would be it. It's truly amazing that Congress hasn't figured out how to do this. And this amendment does contain a de minimis exception for allowing for legislation with incidental new spending under $10 million to be reported without an offset. Now, again, I will note that only in D.C. is $10 million de minimis. But to be clear, this amendment would not prohibit the reporting of any single bill. It would only require that members make decisions about their spending priorities and then advocate for them and try to stick to them. Controlling spending at the committee level is one of the primary jobs of any authorizing committee. I know we have a lot of whataboutism is sort of the phrase of the day, and especially regarding federal spending. But as I said, there is a group, bipartisan groups, that are recognizing this and knowing that we need to tackle this. And this amendment gives us the tools that we need to do that job while ensuring that we can continue to report necessary legislation based on our priorities without passing on trillions of dollars of new debt and new spending without justification and without balancing that. I just think that's the fairness for those future generations, our children and our potential grandchildren. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and this amendment would prevent us from providing critical relief to small businesses, renters, and so on. This amendment is unwise in general, but particularly in the middle of a national crisis. I oppose this amendment, and of course, I'm going to encourage my colleagues to do the same. You know, I must remind my Republican colleagues that Republicans did not seem to care about spending when they passed massive tax cuts that primarily benefited the wealthy. But now the Democrats are trying to respond to a national emergency. Republicans are now interested in pinching pennies. And so I absolutely disagree with this unwise amendment, and I would ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair.
Madam Chair.
The noes have it.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested.
Going into a case in the U.S. Attorney for where.
I will now ask. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the resolution?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Kentucky, Bar, Kentucky.
Mr. Barr seeks recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause and allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment 2 offered by Mr. Barr. Page 3, after line 12, insert the below.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this amendment underscores a bipartisan approach to national security legislation that Republicans and Democrats of the committee have long embraced. Just as the United States is the steward of the global financial system, the Financial Services Committee is its steward in Congress. Republicans and Democrats have worked together to ensure that sanctions and other financial restrictions are held accountable for results. These aren't feel-good measures, and they're not a way just to vent.
I can't hear you.
Sanctions and financial restrictions are tools to advance our national security interests. As we work to confront the systemic risk posed by China in the financial system, and as we look to the national security threat presented by the Chinese Communist Party, especially in its economic malfeasance, malign foreign investment, theft of intellectual property, forced transfer of technology, manipulative and mercantilist trade policies, and its deep commitment to a hostile communist ideology, our use of sanctions, investment restrictions, and other financial measures must aim for clear and realistic goals. In particular, we should tailor these measures to actually bring about behavioral change by the Chinese Communist Party. That's what this amendment seeks to do. This philosophy has already formed the basis of numerous bipartisan efforts in our committee that have been enacted into law. And I've been proud to work with Democrats across the aisle on some of those initiatives, including sanctions directed at Chinese banks that deal with North Korea, targeted authorities for the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, national interest reviews for the Export-Import Bank assistance to China, and legislation shaping our role at international financial institutions. In each of these areas, Democrats and Republicans have acknowledged that prohibitions on certain transactions involving China may be necessary, but they're necessary because they move us toward a foreign policy goal. They envision a world where the United States and its allies unite to compel China to adapt to international rules of the road, not the other way around. And if committee legislation doesn't move us toward that goal, it risks incentivizing the world to look elsewhere for economic leadership, investment, and the markets and capital that drive innovation and safeguard America's national security interests. I hope my friends on the other side of the aisle will support this amendment as a common-sense effort to codify our committee's cooperation on confronting the economic and national security threat posed by China. I yield back.
Further debate on this amendment? If not, I yield myself 5 minutes. Strike the last word. I strongly oppose this amendment. I do not believe that it is good policy, and I do not want to establish such a precedent to prescribe in advance and through our rules how members should draft and structure their legislative efforts. I think that any amendment to the committee's rules that tells members of the committee how to approach the challenging issues that we face, especially with respect to China, is misguided. We all agree that China's refusal to play by the international rules, such as within the WTO and the Paris Club of Official Creditors, for example, and with respect to its provision of export credit subsidies, is one of the most challenging problems we face today. China's foreign adventurism and its long-standing and increasingly deplorable human rights abuses are also serious problems we need to address. While I don't disagree with the principle laid out in this amendment, namely that we must do all we can to change China's behavior, I think binding members to one legislative approach towards China is a serious mistake. For example, while giving the president discretion in carrying out our country's foreign affairs is important, I would not want to bind us to that principle in the committee's rules. In fact, In 2017, the House adopted almost unanimously, with only 3 members voting against it, the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. This law significantly curbed the president's authority to lift sanctions against Russia. That was a core element of that legislation, and I'm glad both chambers adopted that provision. With the range and complexity of issues that we face with China today, we will need a multifaceted and creative range of legislative options in order to effectively respond to them. I believe that it is best for lawmakers to have flexibility in their approach to creating public policy, and I would encourage us to focus on what we ourselves do rather than trying to bind other lawmakers to what we think is best. I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Steve Lynch, Massachusetts.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I don't have much that I agree with the gentleman's proposal. I do not think it should be in the rules, number one. Number two, if I was trying to put my finger on the greatest threat to our national security, I would probably look at capital on January 6th as being the most threat. I really appreciate the gentleman's concern about China, but I wish I heard the same urgency regarding the attacks on members of the House and Senate on January 6th as a matter of national security. I would say that it would be, I think it would be wise for us in legislation to look at the spectrum of risks to our financial system that are present by Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and others, and that we might be able to address it in a more wholesome way than trying to insert something in the rules. So I appreciate the spirit of the gentleman's amendment, but this is not the place. Rules don't provide the flexibility of addressing all circumstances, as the chairwoman just pointed out. So I would be welcome to work with the gentleman if he wanted to pursue legislation to address the purpose of his amendment. As we move forward with the session. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Missouri seeks recognition. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This is a pretty straightforward amendment from the standpoint that we're going to not try and do something to undermine the foreign policy set out by the administration. To me, I don't understand the objection to this, because if I was sitting in your shoes, I would not want our side to undermine your president, our president, the guy who's in the office today, by what could happen with our legislative agenda here. What the gentleman's trying to do is coordinate these efforts in a way that accomplishes what we want to do, as well as the executive branch wants to do, so that we can do the right thing here and make sure we continue to have the policy in place that is something that we all agree on. To not do that is a head scratcher for me. I don't quite understand why the objection would be here, because I think this is, quite frankly, good policy to be able to coordinate with the executive branch to make sure we do things in the right way, to make sure that we don't undermine each other, that we actually accomplish the goal we're trying to get to. So I'm quite puzzled by the explanations on the other side for this. I think this is a good amendment. I certainly urge its adoption. With that, I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs, On the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Oh, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam
The
Chair,
noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Who
Madam
seeks
Chair.
recognition?
request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed, and I withdraw my point of order. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the resolution?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman from Missouri seeks recognition.
Madam Chair, I ask to strike the last word for purposes of a colloquy.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, with respect to the rules package before us, I certainly appreciate the debate we just had. However, there are two additional issues that I would like to raise that are important, I think, to our side of the aisle, both of which we worked on with the chair last Congress. First, with respect to hearing quorums. Last Congress, we asked for your commitment that one of the two members required for a quorum to take testimony by a member of the minority. You agreed that it was a reasonable thing to ask, and from there we worked together to ensure this practice was implemented. We ask for the same commitment from you this Congress. This practice is even, I think, more important in this new environment as we continue to hold virtual hearings. In addition, the rules package contemplates public notice of hearing 7 days prior to its start. Last Congress, Mr. Hill from Arkansas engaged in a colloquy with you asking that the majority, to the greatest extent possible, work with the minority at least 10 days prior to the start of the hearing. This ensured we could coordinate on witnesses, themes, and other information that would be critical to the hearing. Not only did you agree to consult with us, but you implemented a very, very helpful practice to give the minority notice of the next month's calendar, including, Madam Chair, dates and times of hearings and markups before the full committee monthly calendar was published. I ask on behalf of the committee and the ranking member that you continue that same spirit of cooperation with the monthly calendar into the 117th Congress. And as the ranking member said in his opening remarks, this committee is at its best when we are working together to achieve a common purpose. And I yield back.
I would now recognize myself to respond to the gentlewoman from Missouri. Responding on behalf of the ranking member, she was, I agree that we should continue the practice from the 116th Congress to inform the minority to the greatest extent possible, at least 10 days prior to the start of a hearing, of the date and subject matter of the hearing. I'm pleased that you welcomed the additional step we took last Congress on providing your staff with notice of the committee's monthly calendar prior to making it public. We will endeavor to continue this practice while recognizing that the monthly calendar is often updated during the course of the month, depending on the committee's needs. I thank you, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Oh, I yield to the gentlelady.
I just want to thank the chair for her kindness and indulgence in helping us work together as we move forward in the 117th Congress, and I appreciate certainly, as I said, this debate and her willingness to help us coordinate and cooperate as we achieve our common purpose. I thank the chair.
Thank you very much. Who seeks recognition? There being no other matters pending before the committee, the chair wishes to inform members that the votes will occur at approximately 3 p.m. today. We will vote on all postponed matters. And with that, the committee stands in recess. They don't have more than.
Would anyone care for me to get them one? On both sides of the aisle.
The committee will come to order. Members are reminded to unmute themselves when they're called on to vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the committee will now take the recorded votes that were postponed on amendments to the rules resolution. The question now occurs on the amendment from Mr. McHenry. The clerk will call the roll.
Yep.
Mrs. Maloney.
No.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman.
No.
Ms. Velasquez
Velasquez
votes no. Mr. Sherman.
No.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green.
Green votes nay.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Palmer.
No.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Hines. Mr. Foster. Mrs. Beatty.
No.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gaheimer. Mr. Gonzalez.
No.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez votes no.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Axney. Mr. Caston.
No.
Mr. Caston votes no.
Okay, what just happened to me?
Ms. Presley.
Votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres.
I vote no.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Lynch. Ms. Adams. Ms. Tlaib.
Oh my God. Votes no.
Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Dean.
Votes no. It's back up.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
He should be able to say.
Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey.
Yes.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukenmeyer. Mr. Lukenmeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers.
I'll put my volume up.
Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Hill. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk.
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson.
Aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Kustoff.
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Rose.
Aye. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Gooden.
Aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Timmons.
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Taylor.
Aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chairwoman.
No.
The chair votes no.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded? Is Gregory Meeks? Need to be recorded.
Mr. Meeks,
Yes, Mr. Meeks votes no.
you're not recorded?
No.
Mr. Meeks votes no.
This is Roger.
Mr. Meeks votes
Roger
no.
Williams, how am I recorded?
Okay.
Have I been recorded?
Ms. Acne? I'll get you.
Ms. Axney votes no.
Ms. Axney votes no.
Madam Chair, Alma Adams votes no.
Madam Chair, Roger Williams votes yes.
Mr. Stivers? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Stivers votes yes.
Mr. Scott?
Mr. Scott votes no.
Mr. Stein?
Style votes yes.
Where's Mr. Stein? He's on the screen. Oh, he's up there.
Style votes yes.
Mr. Stile votes yes.
Madam Chair, Emmer votes
votes yes.
Didn't she? Ms. Adams voted.
She wants to check.
Ms.
Madam
Adams?
Chair?
Ms. Adams?
Ms. Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no.
Lynch.
Mr. Gottheimer?
Mr. Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Himes?
no.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Himes?
Himes votes no.
Mr. Himes votes no.
Anybody else?
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Rose.
Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Williams?
Williams votes yes.
Mr. Williams votes yes.
Mr.
Madam
Hill?
Chair, Al Lawson?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Hill?
Mr. Hill votes yes.
Mr. Hill votes yes.
Mr.
Madam
Emmer?
Chair, this is Mr. Rose.
What's that?
Mr. Emmer?
Emmer votes yes.
Mr. Emmer votes yes.
Mr. Lawson,
Mr. Lawson votes no.
Mr. Lynch,
Mr. Lawson votes no.
Mr. Lynch,
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Rose,
Let's figure this out.
Mr. Rose votes no.
Mr.
I'm
Rose
sorry,
votes.
yes. I'm sorry.
Mr.
Rose
Rose
votes
votes yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Budd
have all
votes
members
yes.
voted?
Mr. Budd votes yes.
Mr. Budd,
Mr. Budd votes yes.
Mr. Budd votes yes.
have all members voted?
Believe votes no.
Who's that? I'm sorry, who was the last vote? Who was it that voted?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no.
Have all members voted?
Foster, how is Foster recorded?
Mr. Foster is not recorded.
All right, Mr. Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no.
Gonzalez from Ohio recorded.
Have all members voted? Mr. Gonzalez?
From Ohio. How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
Okay, I vote yes.
Mr. Gonzalez votes yes.
Have all members voted?
I just want to make sure this is Gregory.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Hollingsworth?
Mr. Hollingsworth votes yes.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes yes.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes yes.
Mr. Hollingsworth votes yes.
Mr. Clerk, can you read who has not voted?
Madam Chair, the only member that hasn't voted is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Madam Chair, for this vote, we have 24 ayes and 29 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment for Mr. Huizinga. The clerk call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
No.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman.
No.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
No.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Himes.
Accepted.
Mr. Foster.
Votes no. Was Mr. Himes registered?
Yes.
Mr. Foster.
Yes. Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez from Texas votes no.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson.
Lawson votes no.
Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Ms. Axney.
Axney votes no.
Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston. Ms. Presley.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Oh.
Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
No.
Miss Adams.
Adams votes no.
Miss Adams votes no. Miss Tlaib.
No.
Miss Tlaib votes no. Miss Dean.
Dean votes no.
Miss Dean votes no. Miss Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Miss Garcia.
Garcia of Texas votes no.
Miss Garcia votes no. Miss Williams.
Votes no.
Miss Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey.
Aye.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Williams votes yes. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Budd.
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff.
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Rose.
Rose votes yes.
Yeah. Did you
Mr.
hear
Rose. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes yes. Mr. Stile.
Style votes yes.
Mr. Stile votes yes. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Timmons.
Timmons votes yes.
Mr. Timmons votes yes. Mr. Taylor. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair votes no.
The chair votes no.
Excuse me. Chair, how am I recorded? Velasquez?
Is it Ms. Velazquez?
Ms. Velasquez vote no.
Excuse me, Presley was not
Ms.
recorded?
Velasquez votes no.
Excuse me, Presley was not recorded, no?
All members voted.
No.
Have been voted.
Davidson wants to vote. I tried to vote. I said yes. Is anybody hearing
Did he
this?
say Davidson?
Can you count?
Mr. Davidson?
Saying yes?
What a mess.
Mr. Davidson?
No ventriloquist.
How is he voting?
Yes.
Mr. Davidson votes yes.
Mr. Himes?
Zimmer recorded.
Mr. Himes, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Himes votes no.
Ms. Presley?
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Emmer?
I'm just wondering how it was recorded.
Mr. Emmer's not recorded.
It was a yes.
Mr. Emmer votes yes.
Mr. Loudermilk?
Thank you.
Just, did you get my vote? It's a yes.
Mr. Loudermilk votes yes.
Mr. Hollingsworth? Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio?
I can't hear you.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez votes yes.
I gotta leave.
Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio?
Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio votes yes.
Mr. Gooden?
Mr. Gooden of Texas votes yes.
Mr. Gooden votes yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor of Texas votes yes.
Mr. Taylor votes yes.
Mr. Gottheimer?
Mr. Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Clerk? Will you report on any members who have not voted?
Madam Chair, we have Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Hollingsworth.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Madam Chair, for that vote, we have 23 yeses and 29 nos.
So what do we do when someone comes in after the vote? Already having voted
Madam Chair?
against the amendment is not agreed to.
What was the announcement of the vote? I think there's an incorrect announcement of the vote.
I'm sorry, will the clerk report the vote?
Madam Chair, there were 23 yeses and 29 nos.
That's what I thought you said. Thank you. A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment number 2 from Mr. Barr.
Mrs. Maloney.
No.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman.
No.
Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks.
I'm open.
Mr. Meeks.
No.
Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes no.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no, and he suggests that the clerk repeat the name twice at least, so that we get everybody covered. Thanks. I vote no.
Mr. Perlmutter votes no. Mr. Himes.
No.
Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes no.
Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez from Texas votes no.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson.
Al Lawson votes no.
Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. San Nicolas. Ms. Axney.
Axney votes no.
Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes no.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Dean. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Dean said no. No.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, Illinois votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia.
Garcia of Texas votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams.
Votes no.
Ms. Williams votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Posey.
Aye.
Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer.
Yes.
Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin.
Aye.
Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk.
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson.
Aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Kustoff.
Aye.
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Rose from Tennessee votes yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile.
Style votes aye.
Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden.
Gooden votes aye.
Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons.
Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Taylor votes aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer?
This is Dean. How am I recorded?
Who's that?
This is Madeline Dean. How am I recorded?
How was Bud
Ms.
recorded?
Dean, how is Ms. Dean recorded?
Ms. Dean, you are not recorded.
Okay, I vote no.
Ms. Dean votes no.
How is Talib recorded? How is Ms. Talib recorded?
I can't hear.
How am I recorded, Ms. Velasquez?
Ms. Velasquez?
Ms. Velasquez, you are not recorded.
It's a no, but I was here and I answered when you called me.
Ms. Velasquez, you vote no.
Mr. Gottheimer?
How's Timmons recorded?
No. All right, Mr. Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no.
Ms. Talib?
How was Bud recorded? How was Bud recorded?
Ms. Talib?
Ms. Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no.
Mr. Hollingsworth?
Eli, slow down for the phone.
Mr. Budd?
Bud votes aye.
Mr. Budd votes aye.
Votes no.
Mr. Timmons?
Recorded? How is Timmons recorded?
Mr. Timmons?
Mr. Timmons, you are recorded as a yes.
Thank you.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Cleaver voted no, but it's, I don't,
Mr. Clerk, do you
Yeah.
have any members who have not voted?
We have Mr. Cleaver and Mr. Hollingsworth.
Mr. Cleaver?
for the second time, for the, no.
Mr. Cleaver votes no.
Mr. Hollingsworth? Mr. Hollingsworth? If the clerk will report.
Madam Chair, for that vote, we have 23 yeses and 30 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on approving the resolution establishing the committee's rules for the 117th Congress. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the
No.
Well, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the solution, the resolution is agreed to, and the resolution establishing the rules of the committee are approved. We have to do a recording.
That's it? Yeah. So I can exit. I didn't vote yet at the end.
Without objection, committee staff is authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution under consideration. This concludes today's first business meeting of the 117th Congress. Members, let me just thank all of you for your patience. This is our first hybrid vote, and of course there were a few hitches, but I think as we go along and we continue to do our work, it's going to flatten out. It will all be okay. But thank you for your patience today. Again, I thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.